Yeah, this definitely feels a bit different from RE7. Sure, monkey. Open these back up. Rose. That's interesting. So in this room, desk, stuffed locker, the picture on the bookshelf. Stuffed locker. The picture on the bookshelf, the desk covered in stuff. O2. Oh no, it's spooky. Trailer bookshelf. Yeah, I've done this. $99 or $66. $44. Oh. 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 relief of a child. You can find.
So you want me to play with dolls?
Oh no, that's for Lucy. You need to clean that gross mold off her. Oh, that's blocked shut. That's new. Jimmy's room. Jiminy Cricket's room.
Someone really went all out.
I agree. Someone's being extra. Oh, relief of a child. But my mom's alive.
Yeah, I get it. Fuck you.
Wait, something about mold, right? There's a ladder?
This is so creepy. Away.
Another. Is that new? No, I don't know. No. Maybe you'll get the crystal. There's 3. Alright. So it's facing her. Although it's holding something. No. Or did I? Oh, there we go. That dumped on me. Fitting. Okay, yeah, that shocked me. Mostly her reaction. Campfire. This was holding a stick. Oh. Clearly. I kinda wanna. Wouldn't mind how that one's right. Hey, Catherine's more creepy than Lucy. Yeah, this is more, I'd say. Least creepy, less creepy, a little bit more creepy, the creepiest.
Seriously. Fuck you.
That was a bit of a guess.
Jeez, Rose, you're still looking for the crystal? Fine, I'll help you out. Just take the elevator to me. Mommy might be upset that I'm helping you, though.
Who are you?
Oh shit. Holy shit. Holy. Okay, this is... Oh, I hate this. Oh, this is not my cup of tea. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, fuck. Ugh. If I look at you, you have to stop moving? Oh, fuck. 23. I need ID. I look young as fuck, man. Somebody running up. I can cover up. Gas costs $100. I'ma smoke it up.
Breath of the Wild before you play Tears of the Kingdom. I want to say this really quick. There will be zero spoilers in the video. Everything I said will come from Breath of the Wild directly, and only really will come from the Trust me, I want to avoid spoilers just as much as everyone. Alright, the first thing you should do is complete the Tarrytown side quest. This is arguably the best side quest in Breath of the Wild. Also, when you start playing Tears of the Kingdom, for those who have not completed this side quest, you might lose out on important details regarding Nintendo Life in their preview of Tears of the Kingdom mentioned about both the construction company and their role in Tears of the Kingdom. You can go check out their preview. I will link that in the description. I don't want to link anything. If you need a detailed guide on how to complete the Tarrytown side quest, I will leave the best one down in the description. If you want to do it on your own, just go visit Carson and hit the next out. Wait, hold up, stop, pause the video. I am an idiot and made a mistake here. This is not Carson. Let me fix that really quick. Oh yeah, while I have the video paused, go hit that like button. All you have to do is complete all the house upgrades in order for the Tarrytown side quest to trigger. The second thing you should do is replay all the memories gathered from Breath of the Wild. This will include the DLC memories. It is important to refresh your knowledge on the story as Tears of the Kingdom is of course the sequel, and it may tie into the rest story. You don't know yet. I did this and remembered just how much of a jerkwad Ravioli is. I am so glad he is. This leads me to the third thing. Play all of the DLC as it develops all of the characters even more. And if you haven't, what rock are you living under? Fourth thing you should do is go read every single diary from each of the champions, Zelda, the former King of Hyrule, and certain important NPCs such as Kura and Robbie. I suggest watching the memories first before you go around and read all the diaries because they include important content in those memories. I will do a quick guide where you can find all of them. To start, you will find Mifa's diary. It's fast travel towards the book. Be careful not to gag on the smell of fish. You will find Mifa's diary next to on the left side. Following that, go to Death Mountain, but don't do what I did and burn yourself to a crisp and press on armor. Go past the village elder's home and you will find a small little rock shack. Go inside and you will find the diary. Next, go read Ravioli's diary. It's located at the top end of Rito Village next to the village elder. Now let's head over to the town and walk inside. Although don't follow the rest of the woman and get kicked out. There is only one logical recourse to happen. You stand directly in front of the guard who just kicked you out and change your clothes. Then walk inside without any issue. Run straight for the throne room, and once inside, take a sharp left and walk up. Inside, you'll find a diary. The closest diary here is if you have purchased it. You could have found the shrine located there, and if not, well, once you arrive at the shrine, walk up the short corridor to the large tower. Move it out of the way, and you will find yourself in the library. Head to the right, and you will find a move it out of the way, and you will find the king's secret chambers. A lot of people miss this in their playthrough, and once you are inside, you will find King Rome's diary. After that, let's go find the chambers. A lot of people miss it out of the way, and you will find yourself inside of the great library. Head to the right, and to the east, up the cross-dresses. Go past the village of Tifa's diary next to the fourth thing you should do is go read every single diary from each of the champions, Zelda, the former king of Hyrule, and certain important NPCs such as Pura and Ravi. I suggest watching the memories first before you go around and read all the diaries because they include important content in those memories. I will do a quick guide where you can find all of them. To start, you will find Mipha's diary. Just fast travel to Zora's domain and go up to the king's throne. Careful not to gag on the smell of fish. You will find Mipha's diary next to the king on the left-hand side. Following that, go to Death Mountain, but don't do what I did and burn yourself to a crisp because you forgot to put on new protective armor. Go past the village elder's home and you will find this small little rock shack.
Oh, that was close. Thank God those are deer.
Let's start time going to court. What's the point? Because we're always going to have to leave it again. The purpose of a court should be to have the evidence presented with those, again, not with don't shit, not with a bunch of phony, extra, but a legitimate prosecution and defense, which is analyzing the evidence and presenting the evidence so that one can then properly, with crime scene analysis, profiling methodologies, to analyze it, to come up with the 99.9. And if I only come up with 80%, then there's reasonable. It's not a shadow of the devil, it's reasonable. Then you say, yeah, I can't convict the guy in a higher time. Let's see what Lisa has to say here. Scott's law requires corroborations. The evidence of one witness, however credible, is not sufficient to prove a charge against the accused or to establish any material crucial fact. Well, again, we're talking about totality of the evidence. So yes, there was one witness who claimed she saw them standing on the side of the road. Well, she could be wrong. She could have, well, A, she could be blind, but she never saw anybody standing on the side of the road. Then she could be blind about who she saw standing on the side of the road. She could be doing her best to say who was standing there. She did see on the side of the road that her descriptions. Some, that would be because I can't. Like I never recognize myself in there, much less anybody else. So I suck at that. I'm horrible at this. But that is it coincidental that she saw the two that were supposed to be there at that time there? Again, not absolutely the only thing. It's the totality again. You never do anything about the totality. Where the hell was Lou? My problem is, where the hell is Lou? It was called to meet her. Where was he? And I would love to see we don't even get to see the police. Now, his claims, of course, that he was interrogated without a lawyer, without a phone. I don't know if that's true. Again, we're hearing it from one side. We don't have information to prove whether it's true or not. But I'm still wondering, what the heck did he say he was doing for those stupid 6 hours outside of, in the middle of the 6 hours, he was making potatoes and calling the clock. I'd love to see the education. And I've seen nothing that explains, not even the defense even tries to explain where the hell he was. I mean, he could have, theoretically, he could have just been getting 2 hours in a field for 6 hours. But is that what he said he did? Where was he? What was he doing for all that time? Like I say, the only time he has accounted for is he's supposedly seen at the east end, supposedly seen at the west end, with enough time in between to knock her off, and a distance, and then after that, the only place he's seen from 5 whatever to 10, 11 at night is his family saying he's making potatoes at the time. Well, no, that was even before. So he's not there. So he's at the east end making potatoes. He's at the west end, and then he's missing for hours. What was he doing for the next 3 or 4 hours? I mean, where is he? I can't find that. If anybody finds that, the comments below. If you actually have a proper link to legal or police reports that say where he was, what he was doing, and his answers, please post that. Please do not put in other YouTube channels, because a lot of them are gossip and garbage channels, grifter channels, and I don't like them in mine. I don't like them being linked to, because it's more gossip. I don't want to send people to gossip channels. So if you're just getting something off of the internet that's just unreliable, please don't put it there. But if you have an actual link to police report, please do it, because I would like to know these things, because I don't. I just like we've gotten to this point where the jury is no longer in the courtroom. The jury is the general public. They're making decisions whether this guy was true. The general public getting information from, and at this point, almost 100% from the defense. They don't even get to hear from. See, both of these shows that were on the two documentaries, we didn't hear from them. You didn't hear from the prosecution, the police at all, or jury staff. Just the defense side, 100% defense. And we see, is this the making murder of Scotland? I mean, is this what's going on here? We just hear one side of this, and we can't evaluate whether the information is accurate. Well, we can't. So people just go for it because she's long dead 20 years, but this guy's still alive. He can sit there and make people sad. Now, if he was really imprisoned wrongly, that is sad. And he should get his appeal. But I think what's going to happen is that they keep pushing this with the general public becoming the jury, will get the appeal, and then the next case that comes in will be highly influenced by the documentary, and then they'll find him not guilty or not proven. And then we have. And I think there's a lot of ignorant people everywhere, Kelly, not just Americans, but God. Everywhere. Believe me. I know because I've been around it on the internet. They come in from everywhere. Well, live stream, that's interesting you say that, Andy. There came a point where I would not do anything that was taped. I would only do live because I want people to at least hear what I had to say. So I started doing no tape TV and only live TV. But then I got so little chance to say anything, and a lot of times I was the other people, they set up like a panel that was then set up to attack me and trash me, and then I became tiresome because it was still agenda driven. Although I did get to say my own words, which was nice. But now that's why I do YouTube, and that's why I also like to do live YouTube. What you see is what you get. I just thought it was pretty. But I prefer to do it. Now, occasionally I do things that are taped, but they're also not edited because I have no ability to edit.
Yes.
But I love doing live because at least you can be fairly assured that I'm not sitting here redoing everything and making sure I did. Putting all the package people, I'm just speaking from the heart, from the brain, and you analyze what I say.
Oh yeah.
What you get. And I think that one of the problems we have is things are so well packaged these days that and agenda driven that we just can't sit down and have a really good, interesting discussion. I've always thought, under certain circumstances, I wouldn't mind doing a show with somebody else who we actually discuss things intelligently. But I so far haven't had that opportunity or a situation which I would be comfortable with. So I do it by myself. I don't know what you mean by that. I think they're guilty as hell. I don't know if you think that. I don't know which way you're on that one, but West Memphis 3 I think is guilty. But we've had so many documentaries, and they're so cleverly done that I'm having trouble. It's interesting that in the long run, I haven't found very many documentaries. I fall on the side of the defense side. I mean, Making a Murder, I think is a ghastly, horrific, the worst example of manipulation I've ever seen. Because Stephen Avery, you had to pick somebody who's guilty as hell. I mean, I give him another chance before I let Stephen Avery have another breath. Stephen Avery is like the overwhelming evidence of Stephen Avery, physical overwhelming evidence. It's crazy. There's some circumstantial, but a whole bunch of it is just absolutely physical as heck. And yet they still trying to make Stephen Avery out as being this nice guy instead of the completely murderous psychopath that he is, sexual psychopath. And he would be a serial killer if he had more opportunities. Stephen Avery, that's the worst example. West Memphis 3 was doing the back in the day, the 3 guys that were involved in it, who were convicted of it, yes, they were gothy, but I mean, Damien Eccles is the scariest creature, or a very scary creature back then. Still is a scary creature to me. I believe he's the ringleader of this thing. I don't believe it's satanic crime. I believe it was a thrill kill by 3 kids, and he led it. I think they had the right guys, and now they're just out there pointing fingers again, making stupid statements. And so, and then there was one more. What was the other one that came out recently that I also thought was like, wow, that one too. I don't think. So I'm like, I end up, and it's funny because I'm watching defense things, and I'm waiting to be convinced, and yet I'm not being convinced at all, even by a completely one-sided agenda. So. Leslie's out of here. Super educational. Thank you. I try. And Dini, the hair clip analysis was brilliant. Yes. Yay. And, you know, this is one thing I think is always important. Why I like a team. I prefer a team working on anything because we all see things from a slightly different angle. It could be a cultural angle. It could be that one's female, one's male. We see things differently that way. Age issues, an older person compared to a younger person. Even a little teeny person, a 3-year-old, they see things from below the table height, and we don't. So when you get different people there who have different backgrounds and different experiences, and they say, "Oh my God, I didn't ever thought of that. Wow, that's incredible." And then you see it, and you're like, "Huh, that is great input." So Antini, I thought that was fabulous. Oh, thank you, Antini. I didn't want to go from the great hair clip analysis to the West Memphis streaming. Although I will understand why people think they like it. I understand why some people believe Stephen Avery. Maybe I never understand the Stephen Avery one. I'm sorry. That is so bogus. It's just so ridiculous. Let me throw my cat into the fire. Woo! Okay, I'm a nice guy. I mean, let me invite the girl over to check on my car, and she ends up on my fire pit right next to my house. Okay, it's so bad. The making a murder thing is like so off the charts of how the heck could you fall for it? But West Memphis 3, I understand a little bit more. I do understand the reason people believe West Memphis 3 are innocent. But I think because they're very well done documentaries, they are, and people are having trouble understanding how. Again, there's a lack of physical evidence on this, so. And there's so many squirrely characters involved, including all the parents. You know, I mean, the parents of the kids are like, too. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of bad behavior going on and a lot of questionable behavior. So you say, well, maybe this guy could have done it and this guy could have done it. So I get why people think they're innocent. I just believe that the evidence shows they're not. And I absolutely comes off as a thrill kill to me and nothing else. And it had to be at least 2 to 3 people involved. And so. And the time frame fits them as well, and nobody else. So there you go. The Scott Peterson. Oh yeah, Scott Peterson. Yeah, Scott Peterson. Yeah. Well, again, we have a lack of physical evidence that is making now that years have passed again. You see, the years passing is very important because there is something weird about we have more feeling for living people than dead people. Sad but true. So that's why in a courtroom, sometimes you see the killer, who used to be a little scuzzy looking dude, is suddenly there and he's, you know, and he's all this lovely, his hair done nice, he's got a little tie on. And you look at him and he's smiling and you're like, you've done it. And then you start feeling bad for him because this guy's alive. And you have to do things to him. Well, the dead person is dead and there's nothing to be done. And then you start thinking maybe there's another answer. And again, I feel so sorry for civilian juries because you had that person's life in your hands. Sometimes you end up putting them to death. And I don't care if you hold the gun. If you said he's guilty and it's a death penalty, quite frankly, you killed him. You got him killed. And I don't care who pulls him. I don't care how they shoot him. I don't care if they give him an injection or put him in an electric chair. You're just as guilty as the person who actually did it. You're on the jury and you made the decision to have the person eliminated. So you better be damn sure, and then you have to live with it. That's one of the reasons. The only reason I'm against the death penalty. Well, I'm not even against the death penalty, but the only reason I would be for eliminating the death penalty is for the jury, for the people have to make the decision, because I just think that's not something they should have to do. Regular people, patrol people on the bus stop, nice people, trying to, without any training, trying to decide this life and death for somebody. I just think it's cruel to the jury. I think it's cruel to make them look at videos of people being murdered, so to see crime scene photos that are horrific, to have to try to wade through understanding stuff they don't understand, and then trying to do the best they can to come up with an answer that's right for putting this guy in prison or getting him executed. Yeah. Well, regular people, or stop by the few more. I think it's cruel. So the only reason I don't have any problem with the death penalty of people who is unquestionable that they committed the crime. Unquestionable, especially serial killers. You know, when you go in a guy's house and he's got 6 children in his walls, I'm good for let's just not even wait 365 days. We can take care of him. Scott Peterson, I would have given him life. I don't think I would have given him a death penalty, only because I believe 100% he did it. Killed his wife and little kid. But just because of that teeny possibility, he's not a serial killer. Yeah, give him a life. But my life thing means you don't get to go on the computer, you don't get to have girlfriends, you don't have prison dating sites, and you don't get to get married and get women pregnant while you're in it. That's for the men. For the women, same thing. All right, that's my speech for tonight. Marie says, this has been very interesting. I hate when I can't trust information. Me too. But that's why I'm here. I want to know the facts, which I don't even have for you. I'm glad you like my experience, but you see, I'm frustrated over the fact I can't find the facts. And somebody could say, well, then why the hell are you talking about this? Well, I am, because people are putting out all kinds of documentaries based on questionable facts. They don't know the facts, or they do, and they're lying to you. That's even more wrong. So what I'm trying to do is say at least what the problem is, what I know and what I don't know, and how I analyze it based on what I know. Again, educational. I'm not sitting here trying to get him to do anything to his face. Yeah. So, being so European, I'm against the death penalty. Listen, I'm not going to get into politics because that always goes really badly. The only problem I have, and I'll say this because this is it's an important issue, is that I'm not part of the Innocence Project, not because they want to get innocent people out of prison or save their lives, but because they oftentimes get guilty people out and again, they're against the death penalty, not into saving innocent people. They're the anti-death penalty people. So what they do is they'll get anybody out of jail. They don't care if that guy's a serial killer out of prison. They're like, oh, he didn't do it. And a lot of times I've gone back into the information, the appeals, and I'm like, sure as heck did do it. And they didn't care. They just wanted to get rid of the death penalty. So I'm opposed to them because they're liars. They're liars. They have a huge amount of media support, and they don't care about the truth. And I state that in the Innocence Project. I have a problem. I wish you were doing exactly what you should be doing, which is only getting out people that you can prove are innocent. That's not what you do. So anyway, there's my second tire trap. Anyway, that's going to be it for today. So, I'm going to make my dinner. And I'll be back this week with a hangout. And I haven't decided on next week's show yet, so I'm not sure where I'm going with it. Well, anyway, I'm glad you were here. There's a fascinating case to study. I wish I had more information. That's all I can say. I wish I could have found all the information. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I wasn't able to access it in a reasonable period of time. Again, if somebody, sometimes here's what I wish. I wish the people that want to free somebody would hire somebody like me to be devil's advocate. Because I would go to Scotland. I would pull every shred of information. I would do interviews. And if I came up with, I think this guy did it, after all, I would say that. I would say, hey, I was on the other side, but I'm not again on the other side. I just, right now, my analysis would say the likelihood of him committing the crime was higher than anybody else. But if somebody hired me, I said that to them, my pants. I don't see a sign of an abduction, but if you want somebody in there I would look to see whether I could prove it otherwise. I like being devil's advocate even to myself. So I don't have a problem with changing my mind. But it's rare that you'll ever get a defense have anybody come in and say, look, we want to change your mind. Because we know, as a criminal profiler, you have analyzed this way. We want you to join us and see if we can change your mind. And if we do, well, then that's valuable. If we don't, we can just skulk away. But I've never had that offer because it's not usually the way things work. So anyway, that's again my last thought. Anyway, you got my book, The Profiler. Oh my goodness. I hope you like it. You'll see a couple of those cases I've done on the show now, so you'll actually you'll see they're pseudonymed out, but you'll see some of the issues. Yeah, I think we'll call this a potato case. Potatoes, sex. Anyway, guys, I'll see you later this week. Again, if you like, please do. If you're still here, if you haven't become a subscriber, do that. It helps out the algorithm and my surveillance. So thank you all very much for being here. See you next time. This was in the Daily Mail, and oh my God, they hate the Daily Mail got for this, which is because I'm sure the Daily Mail was just doing this article because it got hit, because it does have let's see how many comments are on this article. 858 comments. And it's a rather cruel article. And it says, former fitness model Lonnie Wilson, 39, is seen rummaging through LA dumpster for food after becoming homeless addict in wake of split from Baywatch star Jeremy Jackson. And they show horrific pictures of her, which I am going to show. And I may get the same horrifying comments that Daily Mail, which is, this woman is in the worst stages of her life, and you are like humiliating her for what? For Daily Mail, for readers, and people are going to say you're doing this for clicks. I know you just want clicks. I hate your channel. I'm going to unsub. I'm going to show you the pictures. I'm going to show it to you. Where is it? This is Lonnie Wilson. Lonnie Wilson. Looking in trash cans for food, homeless in Los Angeles. Okay? Now this is another picture. Look at her head and look at her stomach. She is living rough, and she is rough. And oh my God, it's horrifying. Now I want to show you a picture of her before, because I was just blown away by this picture. Holy crap! That one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. She's got a gorgeous figure. She's got a gorgeous face. She's pretty. I mean, super, super pretty. I'm looking at her and thinking supermodel right there. Gorgeous, gorgeous woman. Let's look back at what she looks like now. Same person. Same person. Okay. Why does this upset me? I'm not doing this for clicks. I'm doing this because I hate drugs. God, I hate drugs. That's what drugs do. Emily's here, CJ's here. Sonia's here. I might have already missed your name. Wait a minute, I'm fogging up again. By the way, I always point out how if people would like to be in the chat rooms for the 4 hangouts a month and at least 4 cases a month, that's 8. My Patreon, I only have one level. It's $5 and gets you to be able to come to all the chats and also be part of our weekly chat online. If we're talking, as far as talking about the different cases, especially the one I did that week, or anything else you want to bring up, it's a place to ask me questions, and I try to answer you. And it's a lot easier to do it there than it is on YouTube. So, for $5 a month, that's what you get. But I always forget to mention this. If you come to the live shows, you don't get any advertising either. So if you like to come to my shows and the advertising annoys you, which I make money off of, mind you, if you join Patreon and come to the show live, you don't see the advertising. So that's a bonus, and I never thought about that before, but it's worth it if you what? No, I don't know, Michaela. There was an intro. It'll probably show up later, but that's weird. No, I heard the intro on this end, and I heard the music, so go figure. That's just go figure. Anyway, I made a promise. I made a promise to you, Michaela, that among the many things I'm going to talk about today, you wanted a Dear Pat segment up early, because I usually leave that for the end of the show. People who like that can wait around 2 hours. And I am going to do a segment eventually. I'm going to do a separate playlist of just some Dear Pat shows, because you'll like them. But I haven't gotten to that yet. So, but I do have one for you, Michaela. I do. And this one just cracked me up. And I'm borrowing stuff from other people's stuff. So this is Dear Abby. Dear Abby. Oh, by the way, if you're new to the show, please do subscribe to the channel. Please do like the show. Hit the bell for notifications. Check my playlist for all the shows I've done. In case you have one show you're really interested in, maybe it's been done already. And you can also go to the search engine on YouTube and put in Profile of Pat Brown in the case you're interested in and see if I've already done it. Okay, so anyway, Dear Abby, my longtime girlfriend and I broke up recently. One of the reasons was because we didn't agree on a definition of cheating. Sorry. This made me laugh. It's not the definition of cheating you need to worry about. It's the definition of stupidity you need to worry about. She met a friend through work, whom I met once, and what I saw in her during the interaction screamed that he was a sleaze who wanted to move in on my girl. I voiced my concerns and asked her to stop seeing this friend, and she agreed. A week later, she renewed her friendship, communicating through
What's going on is a fifth saddle. First, rumors. In order to initiate, you need to make your way down to the super rumor milk tree, and like the entire mountain spawns as well. Shrine is pretty much the entire game, and that's going to be at Satori Mountain. If you don't know about Satori Mountain, that's going to be where the Muglatan Shrine is. Pretty much right here on the map. You're gonna make your way all the way around. This is where Lord of the Mountain spawns as well. A whole bunch of blurpies anytime that it glows blue. You know where it is. Don't act like you don't know. Our shrine is it glows blue. You know where it is. Don't act like you don't know. Alright, great. Right underneath the cherry blossom tree, use magnesis to rip that chest out of the ground, open it up, and what are we gonna get? We're going to get the ancient bridle, mysterious bridle made with forgotten ancient technology. Equipping a horse will maximize their abilities, increasing the number of spurs associated with them. That's ridiculous, dog. So as you see right here, they're part of ancient technology. Equipped, it can revive a dead. You're going to head on through, and they're permanent. Damning us. That's more than any Zelda game ever. Because you're going to have these blue ones here, they're not temporary, they're there permanently, and that's pretty awesome. Anyways, this path that you see me take it right here, this is from the stable, you got the book for the rumor mill. You're going to head on through, and you're going to actually make your way to Melania's Spring? Yeah, Melania's Spring. That's the horse god. If you don't know about Melania's Spring, it can revive a dead horsey of yours. So as you see, hairstyle. Right. Right on. You're gonna make your way right underneath the guys. Their abilities dope. After you get a bond of staminas. That's that right here. This is Melania's Spring. And find yourself a second chest, and that is going to Melania's Spring. Right here. This is staminas. That's dope. After you get a bond of 100 with them. That's ridiculous, dog. So as you see right here, my horsey, Blue Steel. He's blue, it has red hair, it's pretty dope. After you get a bond of 100% between you and your horsey, you can actually change the bridle, saddle, hairstyle, things like that. I just equipped it, and boom, now I got 7 staminas. That's more than any Zelda game ever. Because you're gonna have these blue ones here, they're not temporary, they're there permanently, and that's pretty awesome. Anyways, this path that you see me taking right here, this is from the stable. You got the book for the rumor mill. You're gonna head on through, and you're going to actually make your way to Melania's Spring. Yeah, Melania's Spring. That's the horse god. If you don't know about Melania's Spring, it can revive a dead horsey of yours. Whole bunch of great stuff. Anyways, right here you're going to find yourself a second chest, and that is going to be the ancient saddle. A mysterious saddle made with forgotten ancient technology. Equip a horse, and then use the down arrow to call them anytime you need. So let's go ahead, equip this ancient saddle over here. And first thing I did was teleport far, far away. When you do the call, your horse is going to teleport there the same way that Link teleports, which is pretty awesome. So go ahead, put a whole bunch of ancient gear on, especially the Champions Amiibo's gear, because, you know, you have more. How to get yourself the brand new ancient horse gear for Legend of...
Taken through Snapchat. She swears they never did anything. Because some guy moving in on your girl is going to wait more than 6 months to get anything, right? But I've seen the signs. From time to time, I've noticed she wasn't where she said she would be. The car would smell like smoke, and we were growing apart. One day, it's been 6 months, dude. Your one day should have come like 5.5 months ago. One day, I finally had enough, and we agreed to separate. Since our first day apart, they have been together. Oh, what a shock. I have told her she cheated on me, and I couldn't trust her. She insists she wasn't cheating, and I should have been more self-confident and trusting. When two people's definition of cheating differs, what do you do? Who is right? No, dude, your definition of cheating doesn't differ. Your definition of how stupid does she think I am differs. She thought you were super stupid, and you didn't realize you were super stupid. Pulled the wool over you because you were dense. You're dense, dude. So you need to learn a lot more about life than what does cheating mean. It's called when you have evidence right in front of your nose, you should believe the evidence right in front of your nose. She was playing you. I don't know what she got out of you for those 6 months that she was with you and using you and having fun on the side. But it must have been something you were giving her. I guess it wasn't what you really wanted. So, what definition of stupidity? That's what your issue was. Oh my God. Just saw. I don't think it's so funny. It's like sometimes you just scratch your head and go, do you not get what's right there? And I want to answer that question. A lot of people don't get what's right there. And that's the problem with a lot of people's lives, that they have evidence. They just don't want to look at the evidence. Because if they look at the evidence, then they have to deal with the evidence. So when you think your partner's cheating because you have 10 pieces of evidence, but you still go, maybe I should wait for 1 or 2 more. No, it's because you don't want to deal with the fallout. And sometimes the fallout is not pleasant, mind you, because it can mean a breakup of a marriage. It can mean all kinds of things that are unpleasant. Sometimes you're not even in a relationship, but you're willing to go into a relationship that you shouldn't be in spite of all the red flags. But it's because you're lonely. It's because you need a roommate, because you can't pay the rent. Whatever it is, you've got some reason not to look at the evidence. And this is one of the reasons I love doing this channel, because although I talk about crime and analyzing evidence of crime, we need to analyze evidence in our own lives to better our lives, especially when we have children, families that we need to care for. So if everybody who comes here just comes here for the crime, but goes away learning something for regular life, I'm happy with that, because I've always believed that, even if you don't know that something has helped somebody evaluate something and make a better choice, it's a great thing. So, I can't let me put it this way. A lot of the cold cases that I analyze, I'm analyzing them to help people understand how to analyze so that they can do better in the future. I personally am probably not going to solve cold cases. I'd love to, but I'm not going to, because I don't have the access and the power to do so. But if I can teach people, then they can do something. The detectives on the case, the detectives in future cases, or what we learn for cases, we can put into our own lives, and that's just as good. So I'm happy about that. So, well, that is true, Michaela. A lot of people are unfortunately, but these are usually people. It's not really that stupid. I'm saying that a little bit just with tongue in cheek here. It's more that he's desperate. Desperation drives people to do stupidity. You see things, you know they're there, you just don't want to accept it, because if he accepts that girl was just cheating on him, he loses her. And I don't know, maybe it took him a long time to find anybody to go with. I don't know what the guy's like. Maybe he's not lovely. Maybe he doesn't have maybe he's not gorgeous. Maybe he's, I don't know, whatever he is. Maybe he doesn't attract women like hers. And he finally gets this one, because it took him 7 years to get the woman. Now she can't be cheating on him. So, desperation. I think desperation drives a lot of people. Desperation, all kinds of things. It'll ruin desperation will ruin you. So, we have to be careful about how we deal with life, so we don't do it. Okay. And I'm going to point this case out because this was in the Daily Mail, and oh my God, they hate the Daily Mail got this, which is because I'm sure the Daily Mail was just doing this article because it got hit, because it doesn't have how many. Let's see how many comments are on this article. 858 comments. And it's a rather cruel article. And it says, former fitness model Lonnie Wilson, 39, is seen rummaging through LA dumpster for food after becoming homeless addict in wake of split from Baywatch star Jeremy Jackson. And they show horrific pictures of her, which I'm going to show. And I may get the same horrifying comments that the Daily Mail, which is, this woman is in the worst stages of her life, and you are just humiliating her for what? For Daily Mail, for readers, and people are going to say, you're doing this for clicks. I know you just want clicks. I hate your channel. I'm going to unsub. I'm going to show you the pictures. I'm going to show you the reason. This is Lonnie Lonnie Wilson, looking in trash cans for food, homeless in Los Angeles. Okay, this is another picture. Look at her neck and look at her stomach. She is living rough, and she is rough, and oh my God, it's horrifying. Now I want to show you a picture of her before, because I was just blown away by this picture. Holy crap! That's one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. She's got a gorgeous figure. She's got a gorgeous face. She's pretty. I mean, super, super pretty. I'm looking at her and thinking supermodel right there. Gorgeous, gorgeous woman. Let's look back at what she looks like now. Same person. Same person. Okay. Why does this upset me? I'm not doing this for clicks. I'm doing this because I hate drugs. Oh God, I hate drugs. That's what drugs do to you. That's what they do. You know, and anytime I see somebody do any kind of drug, whether it be medically prescribed, I mean, you just got to be incredibly careful about what you accept. I don't care if it's a doctor. There's a lot of doctors are drug dealers, in my opinion. Sorry, doctors. But if you keep handing this crap out like candy, you are a drug dealer. And the pharmaceutical companies are drug dealers too. But we have opioids everywhere all over the street. We have fentanyl. We have heroin. We have an incredible amount of stuff out there. And we're now legalizing marijuana everywhere. I don't care if you think, oh, it's just fun. Marijuana's fine. Shut up. I don't care. I'm sick of it. I don't want to see marijuana shops on every corner. I don't. I want to smell marijuana smoke. I don't want to see young people, teenagers, everybody stoned out of their damn minds all the time. Because you do look stoned. You think you look normal? No, you look like a pothead. You act like a pothead. You act stoned. This is my soapbox right there. I hate drugs. Bloody well hate them. And I see a woman that looked like this become somebody who looks like this. And this isn't normal aging. This isn't normal, hey, you know, you found a different kind of life. You're married with 3 kids and your tummy's a little bit bigger, you got a little fatter. I don't care. That's what drugs do to you. And on top of that, while she's out there being homeless in LA on the sidewalk, she's supporting the drugs that come in from Mexico, from the cartel. She's supporting the cartels. She's supporting drug use. So she's contributing to this nightmare. I know she's hooked, but she started someplace. And when you start someplace with one drug that you should have put in your damn mouth, you're contributing to the whole goddamn drug problem. So, Daily Mail, Yeah, you probably did do it because you're kind of sometimes sleazebaggy paper. Okay, a media outlet. And a lot of times, a lot of your crime information is great, which I have to admit, and it's better than any other outlet out there, which is why I use you a lot. And I'm going to say you probably just put this up there because it was going to get hits. I don't know that you cared. You probably go, look at that. I do care, but it pisses me off really badly. So I'm not doing that for clicks. I'm going on subscribe because you think I'm out of line. Be my guest. If I save a few kids, I'm going to be happy. Yeah, that's my that's my big soapbox for today. Look at some of your comments. All right. Well, there is a truth in there. Let me tell you. I can gain weight when I'm home because I'm not homeless and I'm not on drugs. But man, I would say that's probably the worst way to shed things. It really is. It's pretty horrible. Let's see what I say about here. If you're going to exploit someone best, do it to someone who can't fight back. True, but then again, who is responsible for what situation she is in? And I am going to say she is responsible. And everybody, we've got to stop blaming everybody else for making us do drugs. You do drugs. Nobody put, unless you literally put in your mouth. Or unless you were like, I don't know, you had some absolutely horrific pain situation and your doctor gave you something, you had to use a massive amount of drugs to keep the pain away. I'll give you a break on that. But most people are doing drugs for recreation or to lose weight. Some people just
Oh shit. Holy shit. Oh fuck, there's multiple of these.
Contributing to the drug problem. And then
Oh
one day you wake
god.
up, you're homeless on the street because you're a drug addict. We have to start taking personal responsibility for ourselves and stop blaming everybody else. I'm so sick of the drug problem. I absolutely am. We are drowning in drug addiction. So anyway, I want to talk about this Sweet 16 shooting. And this is interesting because when it occurred in Alabama, let me find my information on it. When it first occurred, it was really strange because they gave so little information on it. It's a mass murder, right? At a Sweet 16 party, and yet it was getting downplayed. All right. So this is the story of this, and this is something that really this is kind of a Dear Pat segment because I'm really bothered by the choices that were made. 6 people, including 4 teenagers, have been arrested. Now, when this first occurred, the Sweet 16 girl was there. Her brother was one that got killed during this shooting. And it made it sound like in the beginning somebody came in was a mass murderer. One person came in and shot a bunch of people. Right? But then there were these strange things that came out of it. And it says here, the carnage was one of at least 165 U.S. mass shootings with 4 or more shot, excluding a gunman, in the first 4 months of this year. And I'm looking at this case, and something didn't ring right to me about the shooting as it being one crazy mass murder dude, right? During the party, this is what happened. The party was in full swing. Party was in full swing when gunfire erupted. Witnesses said Alexis's 18-year-old brother was killed along with another fellow who was 19. He was 18. The other fellow was 19, and there was a 17-year-old and 23-year-old.
Okay, interesting ass gameplay.
Okay, so then it said they're having this vigil. All right. So this is what she said. The family. This is the aunt talking now. The family did not recognize the name of the teenage suspects who were not invited to the party. There's my problem. There is my problem. The daughter's 16, you're throwing a party for her. Why are there people at that party you do not know? Especially since it's pretty clear to me this wasn't a mass murder. Listen further. For her sister, LaTanya Allen, it should have been a night of jubilation for her daughter's 16th
Wow.
birthday. Instead, left to a lifetime of anguish after the death of her 18-year-old son. Phil was shot twice in the neck and died 1 month before his high school graduation. We've been looking forward to attending Jacksonville State University on a football scholarship. I just want justice for my baby and all the kids that were involved. It breaks my heart.
Won't this thing work? Why are you doing this?
You're after the crystal, aren't you?
Do you know where it is?
I've gathered some friends just for you. Entertain them, and maybe I'll tell.
What is going on here?
Poor little Rose. I'm waiting for you in the back bedroom.
Oh, jeez. You're moving. Can't let them see me. I guess I should keep heading this way? Just have to get past them.
Had enough?
Just have to get past them.
Had enough?
Here you've got a cast of Southern characters and escape and read. Here you've got a cast of Southern characters, and exactly 0 of them can pull off a convincing accent, often slipping.
Warning: this review contains content that may not be suitable for children. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hey there, guys. I just got back from the hospital where the doctors were able to successfully move my heart from my throat back down into my chest and unstick my eyelids from the tops of their sockets so I can blink again. If I want to. So now I'm ready to review Resident Evil 7. This has been near the top of my watch list since E3, so let's crack this baby open and give it a look-see.
Welcome to the family, son.
It doesn't take a hardcore Resident Evil fan to see that 7 marks a huge shift for the series. Not only does it take Resident Evil back to its roots after 6 sent it careening off a cliff with a blockbuster action movie explosion, but it adopts a first-person perspective instead of the third-person, over-the-shoulder point of view the series has used since 4. In it, we play as a civilian named Ethan, who is led to a farm in rural Louisiana after receiving an email from his long-missing and presumed dead wife, Mia. Things naturally don't go super well, however, as the plantation belongs to the Bakers, a family of Southerners with inhuman abilities and nefarious intentions. You become stuck on the property, and it's up to you to figure out what's going on and find a way out. First off, let's talk about the presentation. This game looks stinking good. One of the things I always admired about Resident Evil 4 was the beautiful texture work, and 7 blew me away all over again. The dark, dank, garbage-strewn environments are rendered in extraordinary detail. Not only does this give the house a great sense of lived-in realism, but constantly offers disturbing glimpses into the minds and actions of the house's insane residents. The lighting is also wonderful, and the complete package makes for some seriously heavy atmosphere. I wasn't fortunate enough to be able to play in VR, but the higher resolution offered by the PS4 Pro, plus pulling the couch closer to the TV, felt like the next best thing. These environments have a way of pulling you in and keeping you there, and that realism heightens the tension drastically. The character models of both the monsters and the human characters are fantastic and very well animated, even if the mouth movements sometimes awkwardly fall out of sync with the voices. And speaking of voices and awkwardness, I'm happy to report that the series' signature style of voice acting is here as always. Just bad enough to be endearing, but not so bad that it's annoying or abrasive. Here you've got a cast of Southern characters, and exactly 0 of them can pull off a convincing accent, often slipping between Southern, African-American vernacular, and Eric Cartman.
Shut up and listen if you want to stay alive.
I love it. Sound design on the whole is phenomenal, actually. Much of the game will be spent in relative quiet, though the sounds of your movement also work to heighten immersion, especially if you're using headphones, and far-off bumps and knocks leave you constantly wondering if something's coming after you. Whenever I came upon danger and that score did kick in, it never failed to make the encounter 5 times scarier. I've heard a lot of dissonant, skittery horror movie violins in my day, but this is top-notch stuff. It snakes into your spine and electrifies your nerves. Even if I couldn't see any enemies in front of me, the rising music would strike me with terror, like the worst thing in the world was about to happen. On the gameplay side, this truly is a return to survival horror. Instead of running around and blasting guys left and right, it's all about creeping around, avoiding or carefully dealing with danger, and hunting for that next item you need to move forward. Resources are extremely limited, so a large amount of your time will be spent snooping around every table and shelf and crevice and corner looking for ammo and healing items. This is an interesting formula that is easy to get wrong, and in fact, I believed at first that the balance was off. I spent the first few hours of the game being frustrated more than anything. I always love hunting for items, but at the start you've got very little to defend yourself with, and you're being stalked by a seemingly invincible enemy. On top of that, there are these goop guys called the Molded, and they take so much to bring down that I often found myself running past them and getting killed anyway. I kept getting into encounters and not knowing what to do, and it was a pretty aggravating process of trial and error. I was at the point where every time I found an item or did anything, I wanted to run back to a save room so I wouldn't lose any progress, and that made the whole thing a great big slog. The interesting thing about Resident Evil 7, though, is just how much my opinion on the game changed from the start to the finish. This early stuff was bumming me out something awful, but as I progressed, I began to learn what I could expect from the game and what it expected from me. The more I understood how it all worked, the more I started to enjoy it. And once I really got my hooks into it, or vice versa, it got good. Really good. That formula and balance I was talking about, turns out they achieved the crud out of it. Resident Evil 7 offers one of the most perfect levels of challenge I've experienced in such a game. It absolutely requires that your every action is careful and methodical, and that you treat every single bullet like it's made of solid gold. The oppressive environment and the limited help and the slow, ponderous pacing meld together into an experience that is constantly satisfying, and hugely so. Every single enemy you take down feels like an achievement, like you've gotten yourself just a little closer to surviving this whole ordeal. When you finally find that key you've been looking for, your soul just fills with bunnies and butterflies. Hunting around for items is time-consuming, but you're always rewarded, and whenever you come across a particularly juicy stash of supplies, or better yet, a more powerful weapon, the elation you feel is immeasurable. Every victory and every bit of progression is oh so sweet, like you really earned it. Of course, though, the game is only that satisfying because of the difficulty and the ammo scarcity, and therein lies the flip side. Those little highs are the blips that poke up from a long, low valley of tension and stress. Resources are never quite so scarce that the game becomes impossible or even overly difficult, but it skirts that edge often enough to create an ever-present sense of dread. When you walk into a room and find 6 bullets, but then a guy spawns and you spend 4 killing him, you will be doing the math in your head. You'll be kicking yourself when you miss several shots during one encounter and desperately hoping you've got enough ammo left for the next one. I'm not normally into games that I deem really stressful. I want to have fun when I play games, and while I can enjoy a good challenge, too much stress can make me lose interest, especially when it involves trying something over and over again. That's why I tend to shy away from survival horror in favor of just horror. But something about Resident Evil 7 just clicks with me and gets the whole thing so perfectly perfect. All that tension, all that dread. I loved every minute of it. It was just so exhilarating. It made me feel alive, gloriously alive. I'm sure a lot of survival horror games are designed to elicit these feelings, and maybe I can chalk a lot of this up to my relative inexperience with the genre, but the constant intensity really captivated me. And of course, it's not just adrenaline pumping fun and an action encounters. Hell, my interest at its peak. Even if an enormous amount of the playtime is spent navigating one farmhouse, but you know what's even scarier? When you enter a new area, usually a survival horror game, all that tension, survival horror in favor of just horror. But something about Resident Evil 7 just clicks with me and gets the whole thing so perfectly perfect. All that tension, all that dread. I loved every minute of it. It was just so exhilarating. It made me feel alive, gloriously alive. I'm sure a lot of survival horror games are designed to elicit these feelings, and maybe I can chalk a lot of this up to my relative inexperience with the genre, but the constant intensity really captivated me. And of course, it's not just adrenaline pumping fun in an action-y survival sense. This game is scary. It doesn't matter if you've killed a certain type of enemy dozens of times. The game uses all of these tension-building tools to potentially make even the simplest encounters harrowing experiences, and in some clever and unexpected ways. Sure, not having a lot of ammo is scary, but you know what's even scarier? When you enter a new area and suddenly the game starts giving you too much ammo. The environment will usually clue you into when there are goop guys around, and not only does this ensure that you'll be creeping through it like a scared kid, but it means that even the inevitable jump scares aren't cheap. When something pops up and scares you, you're not just scared because you heard a loud noise and something jumped at the screen, but because, oh crud, there is now a thing 4 feet away trying to kill me and I don't have my bearings yet. The game gives you plenty of opportunities to tackle situations with tact and careful planning, but it also uses this sense of security against you by removing that control, sometimes suddenly with an unexpected enemy spawn, or other times by forcing you to enter an area by means of a one-way, knowing that you can't just run back if things go south. I never, ever turned a new corner or opened a new door in confidence. I approached every new place with my heart pumping and my stomach tied in knots. That's just how effectively it builds atmosphere. The overall conservative nature of the game also adds an extra level of scary whenever your expectations are suddenly subverted. Most of Resident Evil 7 is spent strategically battling smaller enemies in close spaces, but it's got its fair share of crazy shootouts, especially the further you progress. These were crafted in such a way that they never devolve the game into a brainless shooter. You've still got to have good aim and a sharp eye for nearby items, but they change up the pacing and keep things fresh and exciting. That pacing holds strong for the majority of the game, too. Sequences rarely overstay their welcome, and each new environment or goal seems to come at exactly the right time, keeping interest at its peak. Even if an enormous amount of the playtime is spent navigating one farmhouse, you never feel bored or stifled. The overall design is so good that none of it seems like padding. One fantastic way the game breaks up the pacing is through the use of VHS tapes that you find at different parts of the game. When played in a VCR, each of these allows you to play out a sequence from the perspective of another character. They're all a ton of fun, and they serve multiple purposes. First, of course, they act to develop both the plot and the other characters. They also offer glimpses into areas you've yet to explore, which can clue you in on certain details and even raise the tension when you do reach those areas. Resident Evil 7 takes place on one relatively small piece of property, so these extra scenarios are another way the game keeps things interesting, making a lot out of a little. If I have one complaint about these tapes, it's that I wish there were more of them. There are only a small handful, and I was constantly hoping I would find the next one soon. And while we're talking about tapes, the first one you watch comes very early, and it gave me the impression that the designers drew some inspiration from indie horror games. The first hour or so made me feel like I was playing some Western horror game I found on Steam, and of course the whole tape thing in particular reminded me of Slender the Arrival. I think a lot of it has to do with the switch to first person, and actually there's something to talk about right there. When Resident Evil 7 was revealed, I was hit with equal parts intrigue and disappointment. I was sure that this quote-unquote new Resident Evil would be great in its own way, but 4 is one of my favorite games of all time. 5 was a step in the wrong direction, but I still hugely enjoyed the gameplay. I had been hoping that they would simply reel things in and bring the series closer to 4 again, which I feel had the perfect balance of actiony fun and scariness along with a lot of character and campy humor. I was afraid that moving things to first person would change the game into something I didn't like as much, and that maybe it would take itself too seriously like all of the most recent games. As far as the first-person thing goes, it really didn't take long to get used to the change. Overall, I tend to prefer third-person shooters, but when I saw that the slower-paced combat I've always enjoyed was perfectly intact, the experience felt largely the same. And in this particular case, the perspective made things so much more immersive, and I was really able to put myself into the game. While I do want to see more third-person stuff in Resident Evil's future, I ended up being extremely thankful for the change. Then on the campy humor side, while it would take something of a miracle to match 4 with its stupidly suave protagonist and its cartoonishly fiendish villains and its preposterous scenarios, that charm is indeed present to a good degree in 7. Ethan, while largely a blank slate in the character department, presumably to allow for easier immersion, gives his fair share of stupid one-liners. Then, of course, the Bakers themselves can be psychotically goofy, and a lot of the situations you get into are just silly fun. Once again, the developers have achieved a great balance here. There was just enough of that zany stuff for me to feel like I was playing a good old-fashioned Resident Evil game, but not so much that it reduced the scary factor. As far as flaws go, I don't have a ton to report. Though it doesn't always feel like too much of a problem, there is definitely a lack of enemy variety. There are only a handful of goopy guy types, and then the relatively infrequent boss encounters. I guess there are these bug things too, but they're pretty annoying to fight. Just not a lot of different stuff to shoot at. Like I said, the beginning of the game can be a bit frustrating when you're constantly avoiding a guy you can't fight and you don't know how to effectively get away from him. Even once I'd gotten a handle on the game, I would often find myself in difficult situations where I still wanted to run back to a save room every time I got a good item or progressed at all, which could waste time. I did enjoy the simple process of hunting around for keys and other progression items, but I really could have gone for more actual puzzles. And while the pacing is usually solid, the ending sequence did drag on just a smidge too long, mostly because you expect to launch into the final encounter around every corner, and things just keep on going for kind of a long time. The game's surprise factor is a bit of a plus and a minus. On the one hand, that first playthrough is positively packed with scary surprises, and it's a blast to figure out how to get through it. But on the other, there's considerably less replayability than previous games once you get it all down. Normal mode offered me a great challenge, but now I suspect that another playthrough will be way easier, thus kinda killing the fun. There's a harder mode called Madhouse, where there are more enemies and they're tougher and they spawn in new places and all the items are remixed, effectively offering a new and much more challenging experience, and I was all geared up to give it a go and really test my mettle, until I saw that the mode gives you a limited number of saves, like with the early games. This entirely kills it for me, as I have no interest at all in constantly losing hours of progress because I don't want to use too many of my save tapes or whatever. So basically that means that there just plain isn't a harder difficulty for me, meaning that replayability of this fantastic game just went out the window. Playing 4 and 5 on every setting and getting every weapon and collectible was a ton of fun, but that's just gone now, and it's a really huge bummer, especially considering just how amazing the remixing idea is. That's about it on the negative side, though actually, now that I think about it, this game does have one gigantic, unforgivable flaw.
Evil 0, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 6. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Seriously though, folks, even its flaws can't change how much of a blast I had with my initial playthrough. Resident Evil 7 offered me some of the most challenging, blood-pumping fun I've had in ages. It's a masterclass in tension building and in level design, specifically making the most out of small environments. There was a time early in the game when I thought, you know, this just ain't doing it for me, and I expected to give the game a 4, or maybe even a 3. But sitting here gushing about how incredible it was, I'm realizing that this might just be one of those special games I'll remember and think about forever. By the end, I was truly in love with it, and while the replayability thing was nearly enough to bump it down a point, because seriously, I'm just never going to play such a hard game with limited saves, and rarely have I ever wanted a harder difficulty setting for a game this badly. But really, I can't deny how phenomenal the whole package is at its core. Resident Evil 7 gets a 7 out of 7. Thing about Resident Evil, though, they made the games more about action because that sold more, and this one hasn't been selling too hot at all comparatively. So if you care about survival horror at all, do yourself and the series and even me a favor and go buy this game right now. Like, go get in your car and go to the store and buy this game today. I would wait here and make sure you did it, but I'm scheduled to go and have all the knots in my stomach untangled, and I gotta get going.